Of the Pragma 39 workshop. I'm the Session 1's moderator. My name is Fangpang Lin. I'm from National Center for High Performance Computing, Taiwan. And the first sessions will be on the topic of AI and HPC in healthcare. We will have 3 speakers, including myself. And I think each speaker will be given around 20 minutes. And so I would like to invite the first speaker, Professor Wisnu Sujamiko from University Indonesia. Please.
Directly. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Prof. Fang, to introduce me, and thank you to Program Committee to invite me to share my research. So actually, the title is Artificial Intelligence and HPC, but because my background is AI, maybe I just focus on AI. So the title is Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare. And this is my outline presentation. I think everyone is already know, but maybe to discuss more effectively, I will firstly introduce about what is the AI and AI in medicine, especially in cardiology, because I have some experience to implement AI in cardiology, and also I will show about our progress report and implement AI. Okay, maybe okay, thank you. This is the definition of AI. Maybe the first one is when we implement the AI in the beginning, the AI is capable or just capable or storing and compute some maybe model and so on. For example, machine learning, and transfer information as a human being. The previous implementation, for example, using a neural network, and also maybe the second step about the AI and capable to listening and seeing. So, for example, to implement in face recognition, and maybe the advanced one, the latest one is AI can capable of understanding and thinking. For example, the advanced implementation of AI is autonomous driving car, because this is the multimodal sensing to put it all together. For example, about the many sensing, for example, like our eye, like a camera, like yes, everything in our sensing. And in terms of the implementation in medical field, yes, so many researchers is already implement. So my colleagues from Faculty of Medical in University of Indonesia is also try to implement, especially in our university. We have some special special relationship with the hospital, so that maybe we can implement directly the AI implementation, because we can collect the data. The point when we want to implement the AI, it is maybe we need a data, because we call the data-driven model. So this is just a sample of implementation. And when we want to implement AI in medical, maybe at least, yes, this is the general framework when we want to implement in AI in many fields. So, but especially in medical, so I try to maybe to explain step by step. First one about we must decide what is the problem. So usually we want to become automatic diagnosis or decision support, or to implement in the specific area, we must decide it in the first place. And the second one is about the data. Yes, the data is, now we call the data is the goal. So yes, it's very precise, yeah. So that maybe now we struggle to collect many data. But the problem, the data is, especially in Indonesia, for example, because we not design using data in medical for the AI implementation. Sometimes we need some annotation. And yes, this is the problem in Indonesia. Also maybe to transfer become the digital field, so that maybe it can be easy when we want to implement in AI. And also, yes, so many data, so the powerful thing when we use the AI implementation, they can maybe collect the data, the raw data from the video, from the imaging and so on. And then the AI, especially the deep learning, can process the data directly. As this is the compare with the other previous algorithm and other implementation. So after we require the data, so data processing, data cleansing, that data dimension, and so on. Then after we already have the data, so we will choose the data analytic. So for example, yes, when we use some very old version of the implementation, like a regression classification, and when we want to try to maybe update with the maybe the latest version of the implementation using deep learning, supervised and unsupervised, then the last one is about the visualization and evaluation. Okay. Yes, this is just, for example, AI can implement in many specific area, but we must choose in advance which part we want to implement the AI. For example, for the medicine mining, health management, and hospital management, and so on. Yes, I just maybe explain little bit detail about the data recruitment design. So the most important thing, maybe we must know about what is the data set, and we must know about the sample, about the feature, and then maybe we will divide it, become the training set and test set, and so on. So yes, this is very important when we want to implement the algorithm using the AI, especially machine learning or specific in the deep learning. Yes, this is the type of data. So using the latest version of the deep learning, we can maybe process the every data in medical field. For example, when the data is from the signal data set, from ECG, for example, from the CTG. So even sometimes we can use some pre-processing to maybe to reduce the feature, but honestly, the deep learning can also implement directly. And also, this is the image data set, and even though the video. So this is the why the AI or the machine learning become very it's become very attractive because we can implement in many angle, so that maybe we can look the problem become more comprehensive. Okay, this is just data processing because the good AI is built on the good data. This is the point. So, for example, when we want to implement, because when we want to implement in the medical field, maybe the most important thing is the zero tolerance error. Sometimes because it's when we implement the result maybe not so high accuracy because it's become harm the patient. So this is maybe the most important thing. We must focus about the data pre-processing. Good AI, good data. So like for example, data cleansing, fill in the missing value, and data normalization, data dimension reduction, and so on. Okay. And this is this example, maybe our latest version when we try to analyze the heart failure. And we use some image and video, for example. Yes, we can implement in many ways when maybe the data is not so many. Maybe we can use some machine learning. But when we have some enough data, so we can implement use the deep learning. So it depends with our data set. But the most important thing, our data set is good. And if maybe the data is, we can implement the algorithm depend with the data set. Yes, this is also the advantage when we use the AI. So when the data is enough, so we can use some supervised algorithm. When the data is not enough or there is no annotation, we can use a unsupervised. Or also in the latest version of the deep learning, we can also generate the data. We call adversarial network to create some data. But in the field of the medical system, sometimes the medical people still not agree when we use we call the fake data or to maybe. As the problem when we want to implement the AI in medical, because we call the data is not balanced. Yes, this is the most problem in AI implementation in medical system. Because when we try to analyze some disease, for example, A, B, C, D, sometimes the disease D is, yes, the case is, yes, very limited. So that maybe we cannot train our model become powerful, because sometimes we call the overfitting or underfitting problem. Okay, this is also the problem. But sometimes use the data analytic, we can solve the problem. But this is still debatable when we use the fake data. And yes, sometimes we need some agreement with the computer system people and the medical system, medical people. And also, okay, because the time, I just want to share about the barrier of the AI implementation. So yes, as I mentioned before, the most important one is this is if the large scale level data set is available, yes, it's very good. But sometimes this is not available. And also the bias can arise in AI algorithm over time because we don't have enough data set. And this is also the problem in medical system. And also, yes, sometimes AI like a black box. We cannot explain why the decision is can maybe solve the problem and so on. And also the legal consideration of clinical clearance or the ethics when we collect the data. Yes, because the time I will share our implementation. For example, we try to implement in heartbeat classification. It's very typical. Our system is divided, become a sensor model, and also because we implement in telehealth system, so we address about the transmission problem. Yes, as I explained in the beginning, this is some collecting data, pre-processing data, and then we try to implement, and we also implement in the mobile. This is our devices, and this is the mobile system. Okay. And this is the video, maybe. I hope we can look the video, the implementation of our system. This is still all version. We also have the update one, but in the video is maybe the old version. Yes, we already try, and also maybe I don't know, maybe I want need some experience from the researcher in here, because in Indonesia sometimes there is no still not available about the standardization of implementation in AI in medical. So that maybe when we want to become a product in the market, so sometimes yes, it's quite long and so on. So we try to implement in the small one, but yes, just still prototype, because sometimes it's quite difficult to become in being in market. This is ECG, and also we try to implement in the USG system, ECG and USG, because in Indonesia, you know, there is so many islands, so the doctor is also not available in certain island. So that maybe we try to implement AI in the telehealth system, and the system is automatically to calculate about the baby organ, so that we can know either the baby is normal or not. Okay, yes, this is just the implementation, and yes, this is just our prototype. Okay, maybe this is my last presentation. So when we want to implement the AI in medical system, we need some maybe partner, especially in the medical field. And we must discuss in the beginning to same the frequency of the knowledge, because sometimes in the medical system they have some another perception. So it is the most important thing. We have some discuss in the beginning to make a chemistry, so that we can decide it about the system. Okay, that's all maybe my presentation. Thank you for the attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning.
Well, open for questions. Yes, please. Could you? Yes. Jason, you'll be the second one.
Thank you, Prof. Vishnu, for a very nice presentation. It is interesting that you say it is debatable to use generative AI image to, for training, for handle the limited image for medical images, because we have been experienced with limited image. For example, currently me and Mr. Chandra has been working for creating model AI for PAPS maps classification. And for example, we have 100 slides and only 3 of them contain abnormal. It is very abnormal cell. It is very limited to train a good AI. So I would like to know about your point of view. How about we use the generative AI model to create abnormal cells, and then we try to fit to the classifier so that we hope that it will increase the accuracy or make it the good model, for example. Thank you.
Prof. Bang, can I answer directly? Okay. Yes, I discussed with the medical people, especially in ethic commission in our faculty medical in Universities of Indonesia, or also in RSCM, or Hospital of Cipto Mangunkusumo, because the ethic of conduct of ethic of AI implementation. Also, they still want to know about to guarantee about the validation of data collection. So in computer science, it's okay when we create we call the generative data. But in the medical system, because still not guarantee about the bias, this is the problem. So it is okay from the computer science people, but until now the medical when we join the international conference about the AI implementation in medical field, still not acceptable when we create. But I don't know, maybe in the next couple years, maybe, because maybe we cannot avoid the AI, and in the fact the data is very difficult to collect the data, become balanced data. Maybe yes, we need discussion with the medical people so that we have some agreement. What is a certain level we can create the we call the synthesis data, but they call fake data, fake medical data. So still not agree about the point of view about creating a data set. I hope it's it's still a certain level. Okay. Okay, the next maybe.
Jason Haga from AIST. This is an interesting presentation. I guess my question is, and it's more from a curiosity standpoint, do you have any insight into the liability aspects of this? So if you're deploying AI to, do some type of, I guess, classification on, for healthcare, what if it gets the classification wrong and, there's a bad outcome? Do you have any insight on, or has there been any discussion on like liability if the AI is wrong and something, bad happens to the patient or something like that? I'm just curious. At the risk of we could probably talk about that for the next 3 months, but I was just curious if you have any quick insights.
Actually, I am still trying also to implement the AI because it's still an open problem. And the first problem is there is no guidance about the ethics, so that maybe even the computer science can implement everything to create the algorithm, but the regulation, also the regulation, and the regulation from country to another country is different. So, and I mentioned before, maybe we need some collective agreement maybe for the researcher, so that maybe we can implement the AI which accepted in maybe de facto level in international. Yes, this is maybe, but so many people try to implement the AI, and also about the data collection. There is in some country there is not allowed to share the data collection because this is the privacy problem. In Indonesia, we just recently have some regulation this year about the data collection in the. Yes, this is maybe my experience how to implement the AI, and still maybe I hope maybe with this discussion maybe we can find at least some solution how to implement the AI in the easy way. Okay, maybe it can answer your opinion. Okay, thank you.
Yes, please. Guru?
Yes, there is a lot of sampling method, for example, to increase or also to decrease, to bootstrap the data. Yes, also in statistical theory is also available, maybe to solve the imbalanced data, but it is still can satisfy the result. Because when we train the data not balanced, maybe we call maybe overfitting. Maybe in some case they can very powerful, and maybe in the imbalance problem, the specific problem, the model of AI can maybe give some wrong result. But yeah, it is still an open problem. But in the point of the fake data set, to add the some, this is not, I don't know, until now in medical field, still not debatable about the improve the data set using the algorithm. About this is the point.
So creating dummy data set, nah?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you say creating dummy data set, you are creating dummy data set for the case, not control. Because if you're taking data from the hospitals, means that the data are all cases data, means that they are all diagnosed with disease, right? So like us, we are working with neuro department. All we get is all neuro disease data. We don't have normal data. So we have that kind of problem. We have cases data, but we don't have the controls. So for you guys, you have the other way around or what?
For example, it depends with our purpose. When we just want to know this is normal or not normal, is easy, because usually we have some enough data. When we divide it, just the binary classification we call. But when we want to implement more detail, for example, E, B, C, D, E of disease, for example. So it's very common when we try to classify more detail, sometimes the specific disease, the data is not available. This is the problem. So maybe the answer, maybe we can reduce the level of analytic of our model, just to know about the normal of disease, and then maybe go through to the medical people. This is just short. This is just a simple way. But maybe the next step, maybe we try to find out which one is better. Maybe this is the point.
Thank you. I think because of the times, this thanks the first speaker. Have a round of applause. And I'll be the next speaker. Okay, I think I'll be talking about NCSC, which is my center, supercomputing center from Taiwan, about our biomedical group, the platform that we built, and some of the extended applications. Actually, we have more on data instead of on AI. So it's more on information management, data management, big data management instead of AI. As from the previous speaker, you know, data is the hardcore, which is really, really critical, in particular for biomedical data, which is very sensitive. So this is, you can see here our centers. Okay, underneath there's the infrastructures, and that's where our center has with very large computing powers and the large storage, and also very fast network for research purpose, all connected either domestically or internationally. And so we try to build upon that platform. So if you look at this, this view graph, on the right-hand side, we have to be very careful about the cyber security. The security is very critical if you want to use data. So it's not really specific kind of algorithm development or something. It's a kind of system-wise approach. So make sure that every services you have can provide the proper security. And above that, you can see we have a data services, also application services. Regarding biomedical, what we did, one is how to share the data properly. Here, we don't go to, say, data market, which is for open science, open data. It's more on the bioinformation platform, which we call LIONS, Life Science Operation Network Services. And above that, you can see we are actually associated with a lot of Internet of Services, blockchain, AR, VR. They're all part of the component of biomedical research. In particular, blockchain, for instance, in COVID-19, when we want to say send the vaccine in the pipeline, we need the blockchain to make sure that every vaccine is uniquely identified. So I won't dig in details. I'll just give you a very rough graph of what we are doing now. So you can see here, this is the project that have been developed in our center. In the right-hand side, we have been developing in, for instance, in the brain research, we have a partnership with academia for through flight circuit. The brain circuit. The brain circuit actually was widely used internationally. It's heavily cited. Another one that we recently built is COVID-19 databases. I'll explain a little bit further for that. This is all open data. If you look down here, we have a Taiwan Biobank. I'll explain a little bit further. And the data will be more sensitive. But how to processing the data properly actually is the key tasks in our centers. And also, there's data from imaging. There's an imaging databases from hospitals or from research institute. Also, some data from industries. And also, there's a national kind of platform, which is a sustainable platform for big data and health. This is a national program. And our center played a role to help how to synthesize the data and how to share the data, and also how to providing the computing power in the proper manners. Okay. So the user that we are facing here, you can see, we like to build a one-stop services for data acquisition and data analysis. So you can see here, there's a quite a wide spectrum of users, from the academic institute to healthcare and industries and general public. It's very ambitious, but we're more focusing on the innovation and research. And so this is the issues that we are really thinking, we are focused on. One is the data, which is very big, the big data issues. Okay, you know, there's 3V or 4V of big data from the definitions, and there's a standard issues. The different people, they use different standard. Although in the community, in particular bio community, they have a kind of a converged in some a few standard they can share with, but actually in practice, people still use their own preferred data. So when they come to sharing problem, or kind of collaboration problem, there's a lot of issues. Actually, I work in ecology a lot, and they have a very diverse of data. They encounter similar issues. And I've been involving since 2005, almost 20 years, they haven't solved, okay? So you can't expect too much. And also the medical data or biomedical data, some of them is very sensitive, in particular health data. And there's a regulation issue as well, so you have to work with the government. So from here, you know, when you do a biomedical research, it is not just you and your own data or the data that your partner has. Actually, it's a very deep vertical integration. So you have to make sure if you want to do very serious, also system-wise, biomedical research, this is something that you have to make sure it is well coordinated and everything is well engaged and acknowledged. So this is something that our center is doing. So you can see underneath here, this is a trajectory of the biomedical data in our centers. I think in here, we are expecting to petascale now. It is already petascale. And we are expecting achieving exascale in 5 years. So we are for that. And so there's a lot of development that undergoing. And regarding the partnership, we're also thinking some of them, this is kind of more on open science, okay? So I would like to talk a little bit on open science part and our center involved. Here, this is Synops communities, which stands for synchrotron for neuroscience and Asia Pacific strategy enterprise. So what we do is we would like to share kind of brain imaging data so that we can do a larger research. So there's a partnership around the Asia Pacific countries, and we hope to complete the human brain with high resolutions human brain mapping by 2024, which is next year. It's a lot of progress nowadays. And in the right-hand side, you can see we actually developed some kind of brain-computer interface. So these devices collect high-quality data. So data quality is very fundamental for if you want to push forward to analytics or more advanced deep learning applications. So this is one of them. By application, by partnership, we can really broaden the goal that we like to achieve, and I think it's very fit into this workshop. And another one that within our mother institute, which is a National Applied Research Laboratories, we are one of the 7 institutes under NALABS. And so you can see at your left bottom corners, this is a COVID-19 dashboard. I'll explain a little bit further for that. And actually, there's a partnership for why we collaborate with to come back with the COVID-19. And so from our center's perspective, I will elaborate a little bit further later on. And here, this is, and now we dig into the database that we built. One is the Taiwan Biobank. And this is a very kind of useful biobank. So what we do is based on what Taiwan's academic syndicate or Taiwan academia community has been conducted for kind of a lasting for more than 10 years research and collecting 200,000 populations aging from 20 to 70 years with no prior diagnosis of cancers. And we try to collect those kind of genetic data, and it is now hosted in Taiwan. It contributes a lot in biomedical research in academia. Basically, this is not entirely kind of open data, but by kind of a contrabinding and actually allowed researchers, at least academia professors, more flexibly to access the data and to conduct the research. With these high quality data. So this has been operated in our center. We built a platform to serve this biobank. Okay. And so, so what we do here, we build the storage with the rules, and we providing security and manage quality. monitoring the platform, and also we build a data inquiry and sharing system. And also you are able to link to HPC, so it's a one-stop shopping. You can collect the data, analyze it within the HPC centers. And we also providing, say, a container and notebook scheduling platform. And so you can come up with virtual machines. It's all in a pipeline, and you can do imputation services as well for those kind of data that are missing or lacking, right? So if you look at the data pipeline, this is the data pipeline from collection to analyze. Okay, this is borrowing from IBM's slides. You can see you collect and connect to access the data and govern, search, and find the data, and then understand your data and build your own models and to achieve your own goal. Right. So this is the Taiwan Biobank, and so this is what we have achieved. So actually, there's 130 questionnaires, query, and release online, and so this is more kind of a supporting site. Another one is we actually has 1.2 petabytes genomic data. So totally 19 project, 9.2 petabytes, which is, based on that genomic data and generate new data. So we also reduce a lot of data transfer time, which is caused by 3 to 6 months. Okay. And so really the platform that we built with automatic pipeline really served the purpose. Right. Okay, and this is national projects for, okay, maybe another 3 minutes. Sustainable platform for big data and health program. In your left-hand side, this is all kind of medical center, university, hospitals. And we try to collect all the cases. There's 8,000 cases, and we kind of classified it and manage it, and and then integrate it into databases to provide services to academia. So basically, what we do is the standardizations, the medical kind of data, and link into a national health registries. And also there's a legal and ethical issues that we are actually combining or collaborating with lawyers and the government kind of legal institutes. And also we try to reduce the operational cost and keep data safe, secure the data. So this is all based on the first slides that I talk about the basic structures of services structure of our centers. Okay, so I think I skip all of this. Maybe I go to, right. And this is interesting regarding the data issues. So basically this work is not really under our plan. So our researcher actually volunteered to do it. And it looks nothing. For instance, what I did is actually they collect the data from public domain, and including the government data reporting protocols, and they have a different reporting format. And there's no standard times. The different people using different time format. And also, because of these two kind of things, and there's no there's no accuracy check, and there's no accurate integrity rule as well. And so what we did is we tried to carefully collect all those kind of data, whether from Google, from internet, or from the paper reports, all those kind of things, and in a daily basis, collect them and integrate them together and put it into a very uniform format. It's all open data. And it's very interestingly, even CDC, at the end, they kind of went to our website to check what's happening in the general sense of Taiwan of COVID-19. And lots of local government also use our system as well. Let me see here. Right, so this is what's happening. We actually has 31 million visitors, and there are 37 journal paper citations. And there's 100 news press release exposure. and it's #1 Google search in Taiwan during the COVID-19. So it seems trivial work just by standardized the format and collecting all different scattering around the data that's scattering around that related to Google, including quantitative data and qualitative data. And so it actually generate 91 theses as well. It's really, really amazing by this kind of just focusing on the data quality and also the data integrations, those kind of things. So I think this is worth sharing. So this is the results, one of the results from the data. So I think I stop here. I think the others is very similar. Okay, another one that we are doing is have a trusted research environment, which is also strongly related to this workshop. But anyway, basically we have federated learning, and most of the operational work is by centralized within our center, which is nothing new. But the federated learning we found is necessary. I think that's the conclusion of these slides. So I stop here and open for question. Jinji.
So thank you very much for your talk. It's very interesting. And I find that Taiwan Biobank, that says it will connect to the PHR in the future. Is it right? Health record, medical record.
Sorry, which one?
Taiwan Biobank.
Taiwan Biobank.
Yeah, I really like that. If those collected data in the medical experiment,
Yeah.
In Japan, those data could not open because because of the consent. It's only used for the research. So I think if you can connect those data in their medical records,
Right.
I think it's very valuable. And
Right,
I
right.
believe Taiwan is very advanced country for IT. So I'd like to know what happened in Taiwan in those discussions.
Yeah, I think what I know is the medical data is now controlled by Ministry of Health, and they are very conservative. There's some issues. But it's very interestingly, if you are conducting medical research and you are allowed to apply it to assess data. And the biobank is very successful. But if you want to say extended the data to medical data, which is even more useful. And what I know is you have a way to do it, but it is not generally say have a click on the internet and you can access the data. They still have some process, but it is doable. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So I would like to hear more advancement of that matter.
Yeah, happy to share with you in the future.
Yeah. Actually, in Japan, I think we need a consent for everyone to agree, connect their data to medical records. And I think it is impossible in that big correction. So that I think there might be some practical way to do that. So, yeah.
Yeah. We can talk hours for that.
Okay.
Let's chat during the coffee break. Okay, very small question. Or we can talk in the coffee break. Is that okay?
So it's just a similar question to what I asked before. So since I know you're a data provider, but how do you kind of navigate that liability? Because if the data you provide, starts to, have or leads to a bad outcome someplace, then where does the liability stop? So we can talk later if you want. But
Yeah, we talk about that. It's not simple answers.
not.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a lot of time as well. I'm not good in control of time. So thank you very much. I'd like to invite our next speaker. Next speaker will be from Yasi University. I'll be talking about AI lab and centers of e-health.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chandra from Center of eHealth and Artificial Intelligence here at Universitas Yarsi. So I will briefly talk about three things. The first one is about the Center of eHealth here at YRC and our research focus, ongoing project, and some collaboration opportunities. So, Center of eHealth and Artificial Intelligence is one of the research excellence. Here at YRC, we have two cluster of health and cluster of social. So, inside the health cluster, as you can see here, we have herbal, stem cell, genetics, halal, and also eHealth and artificial intelligence. So actually this center is initiated by Prof. Heru about maybe 10 years ago. Yeah, but I will talk about in recent years, we have some funding that make a good improvement to this center. So in 2021, we received grant from Ministry of Education for developing, IT department received this grant, but focus to develop AI competency. Okay. This research is need international collaboration. So at that time, Pragma helps us a lot, especially Jason. Jason even joined private meeting with Ministry of Education. We even not able to join the meeting, but Jason joined the meeting, and because the ministry need validate, oh, this is the real international collaborator. Okay, and we get this funding, and for 6 months we improve the AI competency. We begin with the focus group discussion, project-based learning, how to create one semester course, AI track that can have a good output. And after that, we train our student focus in the machine learning competency. They pass the TensorFlow developer certificates, and for some students, they pass other industry level certificates such as Android, associate Android developer, and also Google Cloud Engineer, associate cloud engineer. So it is very beneficial to improve the quality of our research. And after that, for the next year, we receive multiple grants because we receive a lot of interest from our collaborators in Yarsi Hospital, Yarsi Dental Hospital, and also from Dharma East Cancer Hospital and RSCM, Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital. They have very huge interest in adopting AI in their application. So it's very good. So this is briefly about the Center of eHealth and Artificial Intelligence. So next, I will talk about our research focus and ongoing project. So as you know that In AI, AI is everything that can make a computer mimic human intelligence. And we focus on machine learning, which is enable computer learning using data set, experience. And this is our research focus. So in machine learning, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Because we are in the health cluster, so almost all of our application of artificial intelligence is applied in medical field. Okay. And this is one of the funding. We receive funding from Kedaireka matching fund. So if you have industry partner that want to give you funding, then the ministry will match the funding. For example, here we receive like 30,000 funding from Patgen and also Yarsi Hospital to develop cervical cancer diagnosis. Then the government give us 30,000 funding. Yeah, the funding is basically for creating a system that can help patholog to diagnose cervical cancer. Cervical cancer is one of the deadliest cancer in Indonesia. Yeah, because there are limited number of pathologists. Even for a manual screening, a pathologist need 1 hour to screen one sample. So it's imagine how many times they need to screen a lot of sample in Indonesia. But the problem here, as mentioned by Fatur earlier, we collect our data set from Yarsi Hospital and Cito Lab. But the problem is from 100 sample we collect, only 3 sample is normal. Abnormal. 97 sample is normal sample. So it's data. So we apply grant again this year and to collect more data set. Okay, 300 to 500 sample, and we will make a kind of strategy such as it will be more balanced. We also collaborate with dental hospital to create teledentistry. Maybe I will skip this one. Yeah, we have dental medical layer, smart dental medical layer, and infrastructure layer. So we can create some project based on this layer, project for the user, project for collecting the data, project for make intelligent analysis of the data, including the detection system. We also have a project with Yarsi Hospital to detect the osteoporosis. And because of time, maybe I will only talk about this project in detail. So this project is a collaboration with Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia, and also Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital. Project to create a hypospadia detection application. So hypospadia is a kind of disease for genital disease, affect 1 in 300 birth boy in Indonesia. Here we have a case that very viral in Indonesia at that time. So his name is Aprilio. So for 28 years he was a woman because he was classified as a woman from the birth. Even he joined army as a woman, he joined volleyball national team as a woman, and after 28 years, he has been diagnosed that he is actually a man. So he did a surgery, and after that, he became a man. So this can be happen if we cannot detect hypospadia in the early stage. So hypospadia is a common congenital condition affecting boys with prevalence rate of 1 case per 300 birth. So in Indonesia, there are 4,500,000 births. Half of them are boy, for example, and we have 80,000 baby boy per year. So with these hypospadias cases. But the number of urology is limited, our infrastructure is also limited, so we cannot manage all of the cases. So we have collaboration to do object detection, automatic object detection. They give us the data set, we do for processing, we develop the model, and we get the model, and after that, we analyze the performance. Because it is just 109 data, for some disease it is good, but for other it's not good at the moment. But they say it is good enough to deploy in the application to add more data and improve the accuracy. So our focus is creating the system so general public, parents can add their child, upload the data, we get more data, and we can train the model better. We deploy in the cloud, we develop the Android apps, and the apps is already launched. I believe it is the third update now. Yeah, you can update, the app is already available. I believe our student is joined the poster conference. In the poster, they also put 3 QR codes. So if you want to know more details about the apps, download the apps, the journal paper, and also the YouTube video about this application. You can go to the poster outside. Okay, maybe this is the last one that I want to talk about the potential collaboration. I will explain about our challenge here at TRC and also opportunities. So maybe if you have computing resources, we don't have a supercomputer. So if we get funding, more than 50% of our funding is allocated for computing resources. For example, for buy AI workstation, we always buying new GPU, not very powerful GPU, but good enough GPU for the Jupyter Notebook running in Colab Pro Plus and Google Cloud Platform. And also, we don't have a graduate student yet. Our research is rely on undergraduate students. The students are excellent, okay? Some have industry level skill and certification, but they only spend 1 semester. Okay, undergraduation and only spend 1 semester, but the research is multi-years. So every single semester, I need to reorientate a new student again. So it's not, it's not easy. It's not easy to have new student in every semester. But we also have a good opportunity. We have huge interest in adoption of AI for medical application from the hospital, from medical industry, from the research lab. Also, we have plenty of domain experts here from medical researchers. And lastly, we have real medical data. We have cancer image data, ICU data, hospital administration data, because we have our own YRC hospital, YRC dental hospital, and several hospitals near here that want to collaborate with us. So I believe this is the challenge and opportunity. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Pak Chandra, maybe you can explain more about what kind of infrastructure you need for AI research, maybe, and because I know that our Pragma member institution have a lot of cyber infrastructure that maybe we can use for our future research. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. First, we want to train a model with huge data. For example, in pap smear data, cervical cancer data, the data set is like 50,000 by 50,000 pixels. So huge data. We need to do cropping. We need to do train in huge data. So we really need infrastructure with a huge memory and also huge GPU to running here. So at the moment, we use Google Colab Pro Plus, and also we buy our own AI workstation, but it's not enough. No, it's not enough. Okay, so if someone here, I believe there's a lot of infrastructure here in Taiwan, in Japan, in Thailand, or in US, etc., that can provide infrastructure for us to do machine learning training with huge storage, huge memory, and also good GPU, it will be very, very beneficial. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's about coffee time. And let's have a round. I would like to invite you to have a round of applause for all the speakers in this session. Thank you very much. So the session is adjourned, and please enjoy the coffee break. Saya kira punya pointer, ternyata punya mouse.
A visualization workshop tomorrow from 2 to 4 p.m. after our, I guess, the tour of the city. Umi is not here, and neither is Shri. So I'm not exactly sure. I'll be honest, I don't know where the location is. They know where the location is, but I'm sure we'll but I just want to give everyone a heads up. So if you're interested, please join. And so we'll be using Sage 3, and we'll be talking all about that. So, oh, good. Rumi and Shri are here. So I was just telling everybody about the visualization workshop tomorrow from 2 to 4. Do we have a location? I mean, a room number or something? Where do people know where to go? Let's put it that way. For that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Wei Chen said he can't unmute themselves. So in other words, if he wants to talk, no one's going to hear him on the Zoom link. Okay, great. Yeah, it's okay. That's okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Do you want to? Okay. So the visualization workshop will be in lab on the 5th floor. So I'm sure we'll be able to get some more details exactly, but. Oh, okay. Okay. Right, yeah. So just in case you guys haven't heard, so it'll be tomorrow, 2 to 4, on the 5th floor of this building. So if you're interested, please join. I think it was a little more. Okay, all right. I think we're all ready. So why don't we go ahead and get started, right? This is kind of an important session, so let's get started.
Okay, so let us start this session. So this is actually very important. So we want to discuss about the future of the Pragma. So as you know, so this is the first face-to-face Pragma after a long years, many years, so because the COVID spread. So during this absence, so things have many things changed. So we need to, we think, we are just considering we may need some reorganize, renew the working groups. And then, so actually, we summarize these 2 days topics and then presentation, lightning talks, and then other presenters topics on this Google Jamboard. So you can access this Jamboard on the URL showing on the middle. So could you everyone access to the Jamboard because some text are too small to see on the screen. So could you access the board? And then actually, so there are many variety of topics we had. So some of the topics are focusing on the resources. And then, actually, so the previous Pragma has a working group about the resource and data, and then some telescience and bioscience that is related to the application topics. And then recently, so we have some AI topics, right? And then, of course, many application topics includes the AI related theme, right? So if you think that so you have other ideas or you want to add more stickers, you can free to access other stickers. Okay. So should I look at more detail? It's fine.
Which microphone should I be using? This one? This one? Okay. All right. So so Ichikawa-san put this together, and I think it's great, actually, I think. But I want everyone to keep in mind that this is just one way, okay? It's not necessarily the way of doing it, all right? And it depends on the level of granularity you want, right? I mean, you can see in a lot of the light green application, in the application areas, we've kind of roughly grouped them into kind of certain domains. So like on the bottom row, there's, if I remember correctly, like there's a few, like 4 of them are kind of concerned with disaster management, that type of thing. There's, oops.
What happened? Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay. And then there's, like ecological monitoring. That was kind of another, several people were interested in that. If you look into the resources, right, there we tried to group that, and again, there's kind of some sub areas. I mean, it depends on the level of granularity, right? We could actually split it up so we have like 35 different groups, but that probably won't be effective right into the future. So this is just one way of thinking about it. And the one thing that I wanted to emphasize is, that I think we need a little bit of a framework, okay? I'm not trying to say that we need to do what we did before, per se, but we do need something to kind of, I think, something to kind of help, if you want to call it anchor the community, or, or something that we can kind of rally around or something. Because, if we remember what Peter said, so maybe we can go to Peter's slides. So, yeah, I think this is probably, one of the things that I want to reemphasize, and I think Peter's words are really, really true. And something, he's always kind of believed in is that Pragma enables something that we can do collectively, which is much, much better than if we do it individually. So we saw, we have lots of different, areas that we're working in. We can all just work in them, but then I'll just be brutally honest, and there's no purpose to meet, right? If we're just going to all work individually, right? I mean, there's no purpose to having Pragma. I mean, that's what the big value of Pragma is to work together and achieve something collectively that you could not do individually. And I just wanted to reemphasize too, it's really, since we're restarting, it's a call to action, right? Like, what do you guys want to do? What can you do? And what are you going to do to help advance some sort of collaboration within the Pragma community? And I think that's really, really important to keep in mind. Ultimately, I think, again, just having some sort of framework that we can kind of, fit things into, but then really the most important part is trying to identify the actions and what we're going to do as we move forward, and as you said, small steps lead to other small steps, right? So this is the community engagement / contribution. So it's time for, we kind of put this together as a starting point, but it would be really good to hear what people think in the community. What do you guys think? Do you see something on the Jamboard that is, interesting to you and something that you can help advance forward, or, what do you think? Are there any thoughts?
I always imagine, since I joined Pragma, I see that this community can do a lot internationally, because we have bits and pieces among us in which we can combine and we can contribute, we can make an impact in community. So, for example, we can start by looking what we have, like Peter said, and what we can offer. Okay, so for myself, I begin with nothing at the moment when I joined Pragma, but now I do have something, and I started by asking people around, especially Pragma community. I started with Renato, so that's how my project materialized, and then now I have the setup, which I can share with anyone. I tried to implement in Malaysia, but it's very hard to get a community that want to use the application. So if let's say people in Indonesia are more open to use the platform, we can transfer the knowledge to them, and we can also transfer maybe we'll set up the equipment from here, but we can let them use our platform from Malaysia and so on. So we can put that under Pragma umbrella. So under Pragma roadmap. And then if University of Florida teams would like to contribute something towards it, or would like to use our platform, or maybe they want to bring it further to expand it, I'm more than happy, as long as there are people who are going to use what we built, rather than it stays there. We call it Gajah Putih in Malaysia, in Malay language, means that we do something, but at the end it just turned out to sit there until we retire. So I don't want what we have, my students and work, and we have worked hard for it to be like that. I mean, I wish to see people benefit from what we have done.
Oh, okay. Okay. You know.
So on this Jamboard, we can add other pages and, oh, sure. And so maybe if people want to start writing down an action that they have been thinking about, Nurul, you just talk about an action that you would like to contribute. Umi, was it you that said there are fish farms in Indonesia that potentially could leverage the tools? Okay, so that's and another action there is that potentially a use case in Indonesia, and Umi is your contact. Question for you, Nurul. You work with time series data. Tapana works with time series data. Is there a collaboration there as well? Yeah, algorithm development is another
Yes.
potential connection
So
there.
there's a lot of way we can do it. So either it's application based or algorithm based. There's a lot of potentials.
Okay. So that's 3 sites right there. Anybody else who thinking about a do in this area?
Hi, Nan from Thammasat University. I'm just curious, since we have some project that is related to water quality, like 2 cases to begin with from USM and University of Florida, would it be possible to kind of generalize the process? So maybe like in terms of data acquisition hardware, maybe the 2 groups that already have the project can start and kind of frame it in the way that whoever in the community who would like to apply or do similar things in their country can visit that maybe like knowledge base and try to implement it. And then it's like a case study of the framework that people have put on. That might be one way, like we sharing knowledge of how to do that thing. Because for example, in Thailand, I know that the irrigation unit also would be interested in doing similar things, but probably our group is still not get a chance to, like talk in person. But if the information is out there on the website that we can, like check in and try to implement it, and then later on we work together, that might be another way. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we could add a page on the Pragma website, and then Nurul, I give you permissions to write to that repository, add any documents you like. There you have a little space. Yeah. It's, I think, a very good idea. Anybody else interested?
Sorry. The coffee makes my brain active. Nice coffee, by the way, they have here. Okay. In regards with land sage tree, what we can do is we can compile data from our countries. Like in Malaysia, we have, like I said to Jason, meteorological department. We can try to acquire data from them and push to NAN, and they can put up. So we can work collectively and brand it as Pragma. Because what I can see is Pragma can gain visibility, but we are not using it. We are not publicizing ourselves.
Yeah. Jason, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And I think it's probably something that is very doable. You know, it's a small step. You know, I mean, you just have to go and try and find out how much data you can get. And then once you get it, you know, you can push it to NAN and we'll see what we can do in the land sage context, like, you know, in that software. I think that would be really great. It should be relatively, at least checking on the data, well, how much you can get is relatively easy. At least I hope so. So, I mean, I think that's good that we have some actions. This is really nice. But I guess I want to just check in with everybody. Do you think the way we kind of structured it is okay? So we, you know, before, like Ichikawa-san said, we had a resources working group, we had a bioscience, we had telescience, and all that. Should we just basically rebadge and rename everything and just make it resources, data, and like applications, and just leave it at that for the moment? But then work, you know, we don't, and I guess this leads into a question of like, well, who's going to try and push this activity forward, right? I mean, you know, in the past, we would have a working group, but we'd have a lead of each working group. We'd identify a lead, and it was up to them to kind of push forward on it. I think that might be a little bit much right now because we're just trying to restart. But I think the framework is important. And I think one of the things that we were discussing at dinner last night was, I think if we have kind of a structure in place, and if we kind of set it up kind of correctly, then if and when it grows, we can always spin those groups off, right? We don't necessarily need to, you know, identify now, this is the working group, this is the lead, and all that. Like maybe we can just kind of, but again, I think the structure is important. Like we need something there. Otherwise, you know, again, we're just working individually, and there's no crossover or collaboration with anybody, and we're not achieving kind of the main central goal of Pragma, right? Which is an assembly, right? So do you think, you know, what we have, can you flip back to as just a general structure, do you think are these 5 okay, or should we, I mean, because in some sense, the light blue there, the resources and AI, you know, because I'm working with Wei Chen and on the federated learning for the, you know, data center optimization, the PUE and those type of things. But in some sense, that could be viewed as an application, like, you know, like, so we could take those 2 blue squares and 2 of them and move them down into the green because it's more of an application. And then maybe the other 2 can get pushed over into resources at least. And, you know, I'm not trying to be, you know, super, you know, there's many ways to do it, but it was more just, you know, if we have too many, then it probably won't be good. If we have too few, that probably won't be good either. So I don't know. 3 working groups sounds like about the right number, maybe 4, but I don't know. What does anyone have any opinions on that or any thoughts?
Previously, Chaba mentioned that maybe two working groups also good. So because maybe we have the resource working group and the application.
Yeah.
That might also work. Could work.
Could be.
And then another you can see the another application. So there are many variety of the topics, right? So someone working on the smart city, someone working on the HPC, someone working on the medical science, right? So maybe another big umbrella of the working group like application, we can make some small groups and then collaborate each other, and then maybe we can also share the information technologies from different applications. So maybe some technology could be usable in the different applications, right? So because many application right now is focusing on using the AI technologies, right? So some AI technology could be just usable from other application, right? So yeah.
I think too, I always remember the challenge of the working groups is also making sure that they are working together as well. So it doesn't, I mean, if we have two, it doesn't mean they don't talk either. So there will always be overlap. Yeah.
We need to make a small structure under the big working group, right? So maybe anyway we need to have some framework, right? Even if we decide to have the only two working groups, we still need to have subgroups under the working group.
Jose.
So here's a suggestion to create a little bit of chaos, but maybe there's something in it. So in the old days, we had expeditions, and I know that those are being reconsidered. But I think in trying to reconcile ideas like what Nurul described with groups that are relatively disjoint, what an application does is it weaves, it connects the groups, right? You could imagine that what Nurul described connects data to resources to AI. It's a way to break this separation between groups. Now, expeditions, when we had expeditions, they tended to be too heavy. They were big expeditions. Maybe we can use excursions instead of expeditions, or weekend trips, something like that. But an application is one such small incursion that connects all these groups. And you have plenty of applications here. And so, having some kind of matrix that the rows are applications and the columns are the individual groups, you could have fewer groups, many applications, and some will thrive, some will wither. But, it's, again, to be considered a thought.
Sketching software inside your computer that we can sketch something? No. Oh, but it's quite hard, I think. I'll try. So if you're talking about framework, I'm not sure how to use this. It's like if we put it in layers, like what responding to what Jose said, the bottom line is the resources. The bottom part is resources. Resources is independent. Anyone can use. Any algorithm, any research, any application can use resources. Above resources is the processing, the algorithms. And there are many types of algorithms. So we have time series, we have machine learning, we have deep learnings. Also, they can be used for anything, any research. You just need to adapt, okay? And then you can have your own specified algorithm. The one that our students contribute, your PhD, and so on. And then on top of that is where we come with data, different types of data. Medical imaging will use deep learning differently compared to text data, compared to numerical data. So data types of data that we are working on, and then on top of it is the application. So what do we use it for? The purpose of the research. So it can be application for, at the end it can be just algorithmic, or it can be application like case studies. So on top can also have another layer, a case study or expedition or excursion and so on. So we can From there, we can make this is horizontal, vertical box, put like our expedition, water quality, brain research,
Right.
and something.
So then you can, yeah, you could have, that's the excursion, I guess. I like that, excursion. Thanks, Nurul. Yeah, I think that helps crystallize it a little bit in the sense of like the different layers and then what cuts across them. And then, can you draw that up? Oh, okay. Next box. I'm gonna let Nurul.
I put it on page 3.
Sorry?
I already put it on page 3.
Oh, all right. Anne's already done all the work for us. All right, we're done.
Yeah, but I don't have space for excursion.
Yeah, I think that helps crystallize things a little bit, and I think that's very nice. I don't mean to change the subject, but I'm going to put the students on the spot also. So the students who are in the room, I hope you guys have been paying attention. But you know, I'd like to hear from your, you know, if you guys had presented on Wednesday, you know, what would you like to hear, or you know, what is there something that you think that would be good for you, you know, in the context of the Pragma structure? Should we, you know, you know, because we can continue doing the, you know, having student, you know, posters and the presentations, and that's certainly, I think, of value, but is there anything in particular that the students would like to see? Silence. Don't make me go and ask your advisors. Don't make me do it. I'm looking at you, Gil. Don't make me do it. I'm joking with Gil. Gil spent an internship with me last year, so he's great. So I just have to. But no, I mean, in all honesty, you know, I mean, I'm giving my visualization workshop. I think there are training opportunities that students can take advantage of, you know, so, you know, I think that might be something to think about, you know, and you know, and I'm not even speaking internships. I'm just speaking about training, because Chandra, you know, when they did their training for their students, and I think maybe there's something, perhaps we could take a little bit of that into Pragma somehow, right? So it's not necessarily even an internship, but just a training opportunity for students, maybe, you know. It could be virtual, you know, it doesn't have to be necessarily in person, but it could be something that perhaps we could do. I don't know. And it's just a thought.
So maybe another kind of cross-cutting.
Could be another cross-cutting, you know, another excursion. Right.
So, like expert sharing. So we share our expertise, or if we want to do supervision from far, we don't
Right.
have to be there.
Right.
So anything that we can share. For us, I think from lecturers' perspective, anything the students need,
Right.
we don't have to limit to our students in Malaysia. We can
Right.
also help other students in other countries.
Right. Exactly. Right. Other thoughts? Other comments?
Hiru, do you have any comments?
Any thoughts, Haru? You agree with that? Well, that's short and succinct. I like that. So maybe we can go back to the actions. Like what? So if we kind of have this rough framework, and again, I'm not trying to be, too prescriptive. We can change it. It's not set in stone, but it's just something that we can work around, and it gives us something that we can think about. But what about some more actions? So like, I think we've identified a couple areas. I think with leveraging on what we did in LandSage, and I think trying to use, because now that we've got, if you can add some data, that would be great. URC now has their cyber canoe, as they keep mentioning, so that's great too. So, there's probably some work we can do that cuts across data, resources, and an application in that, if you want to call it disaster management, or even more general, maybe like environmental monitoring, because disaster management at a certain level is environmental monitoring in a certain way. It's just kind of a special case of it. So an important case, but it's still, it's not general, environmental modeling, but you typically would use or leverage some similar systems for that. So that might be something that another area that we could work in. The federated learning is another area, I think, that seems to be fairly obvious when you look at this. When you look at the overall, this one, federated learning pops up quite a bit. And again, federated learning, regardless of the domain that you're working in, it still cuts across all that, because it's going to be resources, it's going to be data, and then it's going to be, the actual algorithm. So. Yep.
So we can actually solve the data problems. If we are working like for one case, like heart disease, or you can just collect, you can train on your local data set,
right,
and share it to the global,
right,
and people can use that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the way forward, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the huge benefits of federated learning, is that you don't have to exchange data. You share the model. Now there is one caveat to that, although, and I've read and I've heard, and probably some of you know better than I do, because I'm not necessarily an AI expert, but some people think that the model parameters will allow you to actually figure out, extract some private information from the raw data based on how it trains. So, but
that is also there are some security researches analyzing the security of the federated learning.
But it's a little bit more private than just sharing the data for obvious reasons. But yeah, I think that's something that would be of interest, I think, to people, because then you don't have to necessarily share the data. That answers that problem, and you don't have to worry so much about privacy anymore. And then trying to transfer the model or the weights of the model around is interesting. I mean, there are ways around that. You can encrypt the weights or the parameters and those type of things. There's different approaches for that. Like, again, I don't know the details. I've just kind of read about it. So. But federated learning might be an area of interest, I think, for many people.
Yeah.
So I think the federated learning example for the HPC sorry, that I was interested in contributing data. Lillian also mentioned maybe she'd be interested in contributing data. Are there any other resources at our centers? And then as far as algorithms, Nan, maybe you might have your GAN may come in handy with helping to do the algorithm development on that potentially. So it's another example.
Research on the time series expression, right? Yeah. So we can use that technology. I just put the organization on it. Sorry. Okay, could you add your name on the sticker when you add the sticker? So currently you have whole items here, but
Let's be clear, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to lead it. But it helps kind of knowing, like,
Just your interest in being in part of the conversation.
yeah, I think if you can put something about federated learning, that would be good. And, another idea that we had thought of that Shava actually was thinking about was kind of the Glion model, right? So the idea is that maybe to help engage more is what, can we center some of the activities around, a paper publication? So that's the Glion model, like, okay, we want to publish a paper. What do we have to do in order to get that paper done? And, that might be something that would help, again, I don't want to say motivate, but I guess but at least give us, as Shava said, like, I guess it is motivation in the sense of like a deadline, like, we were trying to target a particular journal. Okay, what can we put together that would benefit? Because everybody needs publications, I mean, it's kind of the bread and butter of research. Since everybody needs it, that might be another way of like trying to, again, position activities and trying to move it forward because you're working toward a deadline. So it also helps with the kind of what Peter's comment was, like the record keeping, like, documentation, right? So if we've done something in the Pragma context, and then you have a paper, then it's like, it's proof that you did the work, so to speak. So, so I think that might be something else to consider too, so that, again, that it's a little bit of a bigger lift, obviously, than just, seeing if I can share some data or something like that. And those are the small steps, and those are very important. But maybe if you want something a little bit, with a little bit of a bigger output, that might be something to consider too, is, what will lead to a paper publication, right? And again, it leverages on that whole idea of what can we do collectively, right? So like, if you, together we can make this paper stronger or better or target a certain, and I think that is helpful too. I mean, I know when I work with Nan, I work with the people at Thammasat and Mahidol in Thailand quite closely, and usually paper targets are helpful, are very, very helpful. So. Again, we don't, and let me be clear, we don't all have to be on the same paper. Okay, it doesn't have to be one from every, that's not what I'm suggesting. That thought just occurred to me. If you guys can get together and it's like, 2 or 3 groups and it works for you and you got something, go. Like, just, you don't have to wait for the rest of us per se, so. Is there a chat message? You can't see that, huh? So, yeah, sorry, Wei Chen's having some problem. He can't unmute, so he can't, but he did contribute. He said he wasn't going to speak, but he actually had to put a chat message.
Yeah, I can unmute myself already.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I'm listening to your discussion, and I saw the post from Shinji is kind of collecting city data using bicycle. I'm kind of curious what kind of equipment or what kind of data are collecting for that bicycle touring around the city.
He's volunteering himself.
Yeah, I think Xiao can do that as well, right?
Yes. Yeah. So maybe that's the student.
Sure. Uh, so collecting sensitive data by bicycle means we collect the acceleration or illuminance and geomagnetic and GPS data using smartphone sensors. And then we detection the road is in the sun or in the shade, and the road is uneven, irregularities. Yeah, we correct these data. Thank you.
So Wei Cheng, he has an Android app right now. Do you have an Android or iOS phone? Through this one.
And then I guess, because Wei Chen put in the chat too, expanding like the resources to resource and platform. So that might be, I mean, I think that's okay. I think that actually is kind of nice in the sense of that it differentiates a little bit of what we were doing before. And I know, I think I understand partly why, Wei Chen, you're asking that, because, you know, in our work with Wei Chen, you know, we're trying to develop out a federated learning platform, which could be used by other people. So we're trying to identify an open source federated learning framework. And so it could be used for a variety of different applications. So the PUE and that type of stuff is only one area that we are focused on because we have the data. We can, you know, and it's synchronized as well with what we're trying to do. But obviously, it's going to be open, and we're trying to, you know, the plan is to kind of offer it for other people to use as well. So it might be helpful. So. I think, right, Wei Chen? I hope I'm right.
You are always correct.
Thank you for saying so. I don't think so, but thank you.
Sorry for talking too much.
No, this is great. I'm glad you're generating a lot of good ideas. So
Another
please.
thing I would like to bring us to is transdisciplinary research, where in USM we are now looking at transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. So we are working with social sciences, medical, healthcare is we have been working with them for a long time, but now with social sciences to solve social problem. So for example, Lancet, you know, you can see the cultural differences when we collect our data for our own countries, rainfall and so on, we can link them to the how they live, their productions, crop productions and so on with the rainfall. And then we can do cultural difference, we can do geography difference, a lot of things that will give us collaboration in terms of publications, because good journals, they look for insights, and a lot of they want a lot of experiments and a lot of insights and analysis. So what I experienced with my student is that very hard to publish because we are just focused on our PhD work, their PhD work. So they don't have time to try so many things. They produce algorithm and they just compare to benchmark to graduate. They never try a lot more. So very hard for them to publish. Sometimes they just get one Q1 or Q2, okay? And then they cannot publish more because not enough experiment, not enough data, because they just need to finish. So when we collaborate, we can actually share our algorithms or our data. We can do more. We can do more. This with co-authorship.
It might be also a good use of our discussion group. Is I'm doing research in this area. I have this type of algorithm. Can anyone, you know, think of a possible use case of it that might help to demonstrate its value. Yeah.
It's not real time. Not real time because we don't get to contact all of us. I mean, very fast. Sometimes, oh, somebody in Pragma has this, but then we forgot. Then it goes 1 year past. Sometimes, if we we are active in one community, if we have a WhatsApp group, it will be great. I mean, because we can keep in touch, the bond will be tighter, the trust will be there, and a lot of things can happen.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the slide 3, please? No, 3. The drawing. So I think in the past when we have the working group that is split by it's almost like split by the excursion and only the resources separated. One of the problem that I have is I want to join all of them because sometimes the excursion involve all of them, but because all the working group was happen at the same time, so it's kind of hard to participate. And with this that Nurul has brought up, I was thinking if like each of us has opportunity to attend, like each layer, and each of us might have excursion that integrate all those layers. And in each time that we discuss each layer, we try to think of the way to make other people access that part. So for example, those that are willing to share the data can probably utilize, I'm not sure if the system that AIST and NCSC has worked on with the data sharing is still up there and easier to integrate the data set. And then they can, with the data set session, we can just talk about who has the data that's ready to, be integrated into such system. And in that case, it's an open data for those in the community to pick up. And for those who not willing to share the data but would like to contribute on the train model, can probably utilize the federated learning platform that TEM has worked on. And we just talk about that in the resource and platform session. And in that way, if there's a new excursion that's happening, we can kind of think of pick the building block from each layer and, maybe combine into the new excursion. And the presentation session in Pragma could demonstrate, how do we reuse multiple modules from different layers in our work. And in that way, we can probably share with more flexibility. I was thinking of it in that way, or even the algorithm, like we try to make our algorithm in the way that people can pick it out and integrate into their system somehow. And in that session, we talk about the requirement of how other people can use our algorithm and come back and make it work or something like that. Might be helpful. Yeah.
For in academic world, sometimes not just about publication, but also citations. Like USM, they are now looking at who cite your paper, the impact of your work. So when what Nan said, if people use your algorithm, they can just cite you and your impact increase. So that's how we help each other.
Yeah, I guess I understand what you're saying now, and I think that's part of, I think functionally or practically, like how we would do it as we move forward. I'm not, I mean, I guess we could have separate working groups in those 4 areas, but in some ways it might just be easier to say, okay, all the people who are working on this one excursion, right? And it hits these different areas, right? And then you could just, it's the person who's involved in that excursion, and you just talk about, so we don't necessarily have to split it out by the resources working like we did before. It's more just to give it some sort of structure. And then, okay, so we're going to work on, because I think the idea, well, at least one of the ideas is like, it's really just who's going to collaborate and who's going to work on it, right? And who's going to move it forward. So the excursion would be one where we get the people who are interested, and then it cuts across all those themes or those ideas, but you don't necessarily have to have a separate working group for each one of those themes. It's more the excursion is what drives it, I don't know if that is any better or worse than what we have. So if I'm understanding what you're trying to say correctly, maybe not, but.
I understand your point. I think it's more focused that way, but generally we have minor detail that will be different from, like one deployment to another.
Sure.
And so when we separate it by excursion, sometimes it's hard to find generalization.
Right.
For example, if you work on the water quality, maybe a few would be able to attend on that one, and also you kind of have not really share resources or algorithms sometimes. I feel that if we can, somehow have something like a building block, and we can see common thing and we can pick up from other. In that way, we might be able to, like have flexibility in conducting our own pipeline of the whole thing, but we utilize only partial part from other people, and in that way, might be easier to collaborate in my view, because we might not be able to adopt the whole thing based on some constraint. For example, in data acquisition, for your case might be different from Renato, and you basically learn the process from Renato how to do it. But it would be nice if some module is already available for you to pick up and use right away. In that sense, I said I can also benefit from having this community and build upon what other people has already done besides just the whole process. That's just my point, yeah.
Because that will allow us to learn new things from that area, like resources. What are the new thing that's there that we can utilize? So like algorithms, time series can fit in anywhere with suitability lah, but mostly it can fit anywhere. So we can use time series in many case studies, in many expeditions. So what's new in time series? That will be discussed in the algorithm track.
I think we want to wrap up at about 11:45. But is there any last thoughts before? I mean, we have another session this afternoon, so think about it. I think also, again, thinking about your due actions and adding your name to a card would be really a wonderful outcome to this. So if you maybe between now and the next time we meet, if you can add your name where you're interested in working on or discussing the topic more. It doesn't commit you, it's just an interest, registering your interest. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I think this is actually quite good. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so now is lunch session until 1 o'clock. Yeah, please, you can, as usual, the lunch is outside. And for the steering committee, we have the meeting in the VIP room. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, the 1 o'clock session will be lightning talk for students that will be led by Tem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this session will have a lightning talk and poster session. In the first part, I will let the student to present their work for the one slide presentation for 2-minute presentation. So after every presenter present their work, they will let the participant to join the poster session outside in front of the elevator. So I think now it's time. So we should start the first presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm Dia from University of Indonesia. I will present my study about predicting corporate bankruptcy and its systemic effect using case-based reasoning with financial and relational data. Yeah, my study is based on there are several bankruptcy cases in the world, and especially in USA in 2008, there is a bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, and it has a systemic effect on the global crisis, and it also has the impact to Indonesia. Maybe you heard that about the Century Bank bankruptcy, and it's also one of the crisis in Indonesia at that time. So how bankruptcy of one company become bigger and can affect to our financial stability? It's start from the bankruptcy of one company, and then it going to the lots of layoff or unemployment, and then it affect to the investment environment in the sector, in the specific sector, and then it can affect to the relational company, for example, to the debtor and creditor relation, or company in one group. I mean, maybe for the holding group, And then if it's become larger and wider, it can affect our financial stability. This one is my related research about it consists of two fields from computer science and also from economy field. And this one is the design of our proposed method that consists of case-based reasoning with relational and financial data, and it also uses the weighted fault relational neighbor and some of statistical learning too. And this one is the process of pre-processing and then how to answer the first research question by correlation matrix and classification method with some different classification method. And we also do the network visualization for the relational data. And in the end, we have two output of the research. The first one is the prediction of the bankruptcy itself, and the second one is the prediction of the set of affected company in Indonesia. Thank you. This is my lightning presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce our system for the SHICAR team. The intensive care unit is a part of the hospital management system, which has more complex specificities and interests. There are several vital signs that indicate a very important function. There are several vital signs that indicate a very important function for the human body. The monitoring system in health is used to collect, analyze, and monitoring data and information about health with the aim of understanding health status and identifying health problems that need more attention. This system helps governments, health agencies, and the public monitor health trends, estimate disease risk, and measure the effectiveness of health intervention. The monitoring system in the ICU uses a real-time dashboard that allows users to view and analyze patients in real time, which allows for faster and more accurate action decision. With a real-time dashboard, doctor and nurse can identify patient conditions that arise quickly and take action immediately if the patient condition improves or becomes critical, thereby increasing efficiency in saving someone's life in the ICU room. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Keisuke from Osaka University. It is an honor to be able to speak to you today. I'll start by explaining existing bicycle navigation applications. These applications often recommend the shortest route, but the shortest route is not always the best for the bicyclists. For example, in summer, there are concerns about temperature changes of the car or sunburn of cyclists when cycling on road in the sun. Also, if the road is uneven, there are risks of the cargo vibrating or the tires going flat. Based on these situations, our ultimate goal is to developing a bicycle navigation application that recommends routes taking into the cycling environment, such as sunlight and unevenness of the road. This will allow cyclists to choose the routes that is the best for them. To achieve the goal, we need to work on collecting large amounts of cycling environment data. But collecting data from all roads will be a tremendous task. Therefore, since many people have smartphones, we decided to utilize the sensor of smartphone to collect data. However, their performance is lower than dedicated sensors. So it was unclear whether smartphones could effectively collect cycling environment data. To confirm that, we conducted the proof of concept of collecting cycling environment data using smartphone sensors. We implemented the sunlight detection module and the road irregularities detection module, utilizing luminance, acceleration, geomagnetic, and GPS sensor. Through this, we confirmed that smartphones can indeed be instrumental in collecting cycling environment data and taking us a step closer to our ultimate goal. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thitali Janrason. I'm from Department of Computer Science, Thammasat University, Thailand. This project, we study about noise pollution and human perception. And as you know, the sound are a vital part of our daily routine. But sometimes, these necessary sounds reach a volume. This is dangerous for all thinking beings. And if they get too loud or last too long, they become a noise pollution. And however, within the context of university, there is a lack of efficient system to detect and analyze noise pollution problem. Traditional method, although the data may be accurate but have high cost and cannot record other relevant data that affect individual health and perception of determinants. So we propose a solution by developing a live chatbot as a tool to collect data related to sound, in addition to the noise capture application. The initial involved using the live chatbot with volunteer student groups to report their experience and provide information about the sound they encounters. The results can be visualized to noise mapping from the data collected. So this way we can provide real-time reporting and easy access. And this research will lead to development of measures to reduce noise pollution that occur and aim to conducive learning environment for students to improve the overall quality within the university. So please join me at the poster station if you would like further information. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Suchida Patimakanpong from Department of Computer Science, Thammasat University, Thailand. So today is my honor to be here to present you our research that is a study to understand human relations and interactions with the use of computer. So why do we need to understand this? Because it would be not good if your program is doing well, but you cannot display in the most suitable device. So in this work, the program we will go into experiment is the 3D digital twin building program. That is the program to help you to manage building in the remote world. So we tested it with 3 different types of display. The first one is computer screen and multi-monitor, and the last one is VR. As you can see from the screen, we have 3 different tasks. That is find the water leak, support high temperatures, and the last task is measure sting. And we, in order to investigate the efficiency of each display by comparing the time spent in the task, And we got very interesting results because we find that in different display, they have different advantage and disadvantage depending on the actions of the tester, such as the action to determining the location, the action to evaluating the damage, and the last one is the actions of them to finding the fastest route. So aftermost, if you interested in our research and you want to know the result more, it will be very great honor to us to you to take a look at our poster. Finally, we hope that our research will provide you useful information to be the starting point to development simulating program. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siva from Yars University. So does anyone know what is pathology? So pathology is the study of cellular changes in human body, including a disease such as cervical cancer. There's a fact that Indonesia has an inverse of correlation between the number of pathologists and hospital. So we propose a method to assess pathologists and doctors to assist for the effectivity for diagnosis process. We also collaborated with Patgen and YRC Hospital. The collaboration aimed to develop a digital pathology platform that can pathology use to upload an image, to doing annotate and do a screening prediction with an AI model. This result is the research of this result of this research is the result of this research have the potential to increase the productivity of pathology by several features. The research also facilitates collaboration between the hospital and pathology laboratories by providing a practical resource through the discussion feature for uploaded image by pathologists. Lastly, this research is effective to contribute to pathology by providing an interactive, efficient, and secure platform for managing pathology data. So if you're interested in our project, just please come to our poster booth. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today I want to talk about my research about analysis of productivity patterns authors of library science in the Journal of Library and Information Science Q1 2018 until 2022 with the Lot-Kalau approach. Bibliometric studies in information science and library research using bibliography as research object using Lot-Kalau. The productivity of writer, especially in library sector, can be measured through bibliometric. The purpose of hiding out how much the frequency of research result is used and utilized by the community. The method, data collection use Q1 CGR data, then is followed by downloading it from Scopus in CSV format. The research will group the GCF collection into one GCF only, and then it will be processed using RBiblioSciny and make calculation from Lot-Kalau. Productivity pattern author of library science in the Journal of Library and Information Science Q1 in 2018 until 2022 is less effective. This is due to the difference in the result of theoretical calculation with Lord-Kalau calculation, as well as for productive writer are occupied by Zhong Yi, followed by Wang Yi and also Wang X. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you. Afternoon, good. Let me introduce you to hypospadia, a condition where the urethra opening in male on underside instead of the underside instead of the tip. It affects urination and appearance. In Indonesia, there was a case of a man named Aprilo Manganang who unknowingly lived as a woman for over 20 years due to untreated hypospadia. The highlight need for awareness and preventive measure. We proudly present Asoka, a mobile app designed for Indonesian urology doctor to screen for hypospadia early on. Asoka utilizes machine learning to accurately analyze symptoms. User can submit photo and video for evaluation, and the app allows continuously monitoring and secure medical data. With Asoka, reporting symptoms is easy, saving time and money on hospital visit. Improve assessment for better treatment, track patient health history, and aiding informed decision by doctor. Examining, monitoring, and detecting hypospadia, Asoka. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we will present to you our research about the relationship of input and output variables with the data envelopment analysis approach. Efficiency information study in Library Science Journal SINTA 2 and 3.
SINTA is a venue for exchanging research and web-based information systems developed of the Director General of Research Development of the Ministry of Research of the Republic of Indonesia in 2016. SINTA Journal has 6 categories or levels. Library and Information Science is focused on information management. Library Science focuses on managing, collecting, and disseminating information through libraries and other information resources. In the SINTA Journal database, there are already 25 journals of the Library Science, Information Science, and Documentation Studies indexed.
And for the methods we use in this research, there are 3. The first one is determination of input and output variables. The second one is data collection techniques. And the third one is data analysis techniques. For the result, on SINTA 2, there are 3 journals declared efficient, and SINTA 3, there's 1 journal declared efficient.
And as the conclusions, the goal of this study is to comprehend how to input and provide into factors that affect the efficiency of implementation library science journals in SINTA 2 or 3. That's all for our presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to take you on my research presentation about knowledge mapping, or you can say that bibliometric mapping. So this research is based on the fact that knowledge mapping has contributed to library and science information studies, such as provide an up-to-date insight into the scientific literature, or it can be a guideline to, or it can be a guideline for obtaining diverse topic trends in the library and science information studies. So by that fact, we set the objective of our research to analyze the trends in research topic in library and information science from 2018 to 2022. To conduct the research, we employed the bibliometric method with quantitative descriptive approach, and we also use voiceover application to help us visualization data. And then, as you can see here, there's a picture that for network data visualization. In the occurrence column, we can see that sequence of number. The highest number means that the keyword is often used in the scientific journal. And the smallest number means that keyword is rarely used and indicate a new topic areas in the scientific journal. So, through this research, we can see the growing topic in scientific journal, especially in library and science formation studies. And due to this inaccuracy issue of keyword, we suggest to future researcher and writer to pay attention in using knowledge mapping research as their guideline to set the exact keyword as the subject specifically related to their scientific literature. So that's all for me, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, every presenter. So also thank you that to keep the schedule on time. I think everyone received the sticker from Jovian. Thank you very much, Jovian. Okay, after that, I will let the participant to join the poster session in front of the elevator to discuss, or you have any question to talk with the presenter, you can talk at that poster over there. And if you like that in place of their work, you can put the sticker on the poster or give it to the presenter. Okay, I think this session will go until the 2 p.m. So we have around 30 minutes to join the poster session. And let's go to the poster session.
One person to give his sticker for one poster, or is it not?
Anything. Okay, maybe Pete could you go to the poster session. Yeah, maybe Jovian will let you go.
speaker from Safa. Safa, time is yours.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So I just wanted to do a brief overview of the Pragma Steering Committee meeting that we held during lunch, and just to give you guys all an update on what we talked about. As far as the couple things that we talked about as far as the membership updates is that we are looking at adding Yarsi as a member. Everybody who was in the meeting agreed, so we just need to finish our paperwork, which we will do. But we are very happy to have Yarsi join Pragma, so yay. And then just to note that Satoshi Sakaguchi, who has been on the steering committee, has stepped down from his role as steering committee member from AIST. But we still have Jason and Yosho attending for AIST, so very happy to have their continued support. We are also still working on the nominations for a Pragma co-chair to work with me. And Jason gave us an update on where they are. We have a few names, but we are still working on confirming whether people would like to serve. And so we will know in a few weeks or so. We'll have a name that can go to the steering committee, and then we can move forward for voting. And then as far as the working groups, we were all really happy with the session that we had earlier. It was a really good discussion, so thank you everyone for your ideas. We decided that for this afternoon to talk about essentially set a goal for what we want to do as far as a group, as far as nominating a leader, and then determining what the next action will be. So after we go away from this workshop, how do we keep moving things forward? And so rather than kind of going through every layer of the architecture that we talked about earlier, we decided maybe to talk about each topic starting with resources and platforms as a topic, and then do it more based on the expeditions or the excursions. And so what's listed here, let me see if I can make this a little bigger. There we go. So what's highlighted here are a few options that we can start with. So the topics that we nominated was federated learning, biodiversity, disaster management, AI for health, and then climate change were some topics that we discussed. And so rather than separating people, because we're so small, we decided we'll just go through these topics in sequence. So I just wanted to give this update here, and then we can then transition to these topics. And then I'll invite the kind of nominated leaders to kind of get the conversation going. And then as far as workshops, we are thinking to do, rather than doing the traditional two workshops per year that we did before COVID, that we will do instead one in-person workshop per year, which we think is more manageable, and then do a virtual workshop or hybrid workshop whenever there's an opportunity. So we want to leverage the related workshops that we tend to go to. So there's the Centra SCIP workshop, the SC Asia workshop, and then SC as well. And we thought, let's do a hybrid version where people who are attending can be there and have a good discussion, and then bring in the other participants remotely. And so it'll be a good mix of the two. And then we decided as well that we would like to, everybody needs help finding funding to kind of help support our collaborative work. So as much as possible, we will take an opportunity to consider what proposals might be that we could either collectively or individually go after to help support the people who are participating, their efforts, and to help make that go forward. So any questions, or if anybody on the steering committee would like to add anything, please let me know. Okay. So maybe we go ahead and proceed to our discussions for how to kind of move forward in the next steps. Ichikawa-san, can I invite you to come first? Sorry. Oh, sure. No problem. Oh, yes, yeah, it's yes. And then maybe okay. What topics?
Yeah, maybe the positive will be maybe Renato, so because Renato leading the page resources. Hi, good afternoon. So, as Shaba mentioned that so we temporarily raised those candidates of the topics, and then so resource and platform is one, maybe basic fundamental working groups. I think could be the fundamental one. And then here, so I'd like to, maybe discuss about the resource available to share with some other organizations. So currently ongoing working in the resource working group is I, and Renato is working on the preparing the distributed IoT environment I have mentioned in my lightning talks. So maybe if someone interested in that project, maybe raise your hand and then join us. So to join that project, basically it's very easy. You can have a couple of Raspberry Pi nodes and then just follow the instructions we have, and then join your resources into the global IoT testbed. And then also, yes, Java SDSC also provide AI-based resources. Voyage is maybe AI-specific.
We're talking about the data about the AI.
Voyage is Voyage.
Yes.
Voyager. Sorry, I forgot. Voyager is maybe also the possible resources. So I want to gather those kind of the resources available for this Pragma community, and then share the information. And if someone want to use that resources for their applications or purpose or experiment, so yeah, we can exchange the information and then how to run the application on the resources and then make the resource. So do you have any idea do you have any resources you can share with our community? So I think one of the resources I already saw is IoT, and then Voyager.
Cloud Bank to some extent is also a resource. You want to also add Cloud Bank?
Cloud Bank?
Cloud Bank.
Cloud Bank is also possible. And NCHC may also have some resources to share for AI computing. Fan is not here. Oh, Fan. Do you have any resources you can share with our community? Resources.
I think data, definitely. I think we have some kind of open data we can share. And for the computing resources, I think I have to check out, but it's possible.
And then, actually, so resources working group includes the data as well, so maybe
Ichikawa-san, for HIoT, we can join the research.
So currently we have the UA, NICE, and then Osaka University, and then Tamasat University is joining the project. And then the possible application is currently we are running the federated learning application on the distributed environment. So if you have any idea to use the distributed Edge AI, Edge IoT computing resources, want to recruit some. Raspberry Pi 4 or Jetson, Jetson. I forgot the spell. Jetson.
Kohei?
Yes.
Tamasat would be interested in trying to use the testbed for some experiment related to the federated learning. So I can follow up with you on the detail on how to get access.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So currently, NICE and maybe Thammasat University run some federated applications.
Is there a minimum of nodes that
At least one node is fine. Yeah, one node is fine. But we need a Raspberry Pi 4. So actually, so we have some instructions how to join the these projects on the GitHub. So yeah, we can provide the instructions easily. And I also finding that some data you can share. So maybe this you have many medical information in medical data sets, right? So, but I'm not sure. So it might be difficult to share with other organizations. But if you can join, if you can share data sets and then analyze such data with federated learning technologies. So maybe, we can collaborate. Harmony has. What kind of data? Raspberry. Oh, okay. Harmony. So how about the data, available data? Is there any available data for our community? Maybe no. Yeah, sensor data and also time series data, and then if possible medical data. So I think the federated learning is maybe possible application to federate the data in the different organizations, because the federated learning basically keeps the data privacy. So we don't need to directly share the data, just run the model on local side and then exchange the model only. So someone want to join such kind of the actual federated learning application on your medical data, medical or health care data, that might be good candidate to collaborate.
more for simulation or more for live?
For the medical data, maybe we can make some prediction of the diseases. So maybe image recognition, image diagnosis, can be done. So maybe some project already working on the image processing, right, on the medical images, right? And those maybe raw image cannot be shared with others directly, right? So basically that raw image could be preserved in the local domain, but that just exchange the model data to make a global, more accurate model.
So this is just an idea and not started, but our students, Murashige-san, doing the sensing, riding the bicycle. So that I think he has applications to collect all the data So if we have some, collaborators in this community, we can get the load information of each country, so that so based on those information, you can guess what the load condition is. So this is kind of AI program. So you can do some federated learning.
Yeah, that's good. So maybe sharing the data set with other communities.
Yes.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I currently I like a bicycle, and when I tried it in Osaka and Aomori, the road is very different.
Even in the single country, so the condition.
In the Aomori it's very snowy, so actually the road is so bumpy. The Osaka is very
flat,
smooth, and maybe Indonesia is very different. Thailand is very different, so it's very different, characteristic in the road situation. Maybe in Taiwan, so I think it might be very interesting.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, to collect data in different countries, so maybe we need to have some volunteer to collect the data. So maybe we need some students collaboration.
There's also the HPC queuing data.
HPC. So it's AI for HPC, right? So optimize the HPC performance by AI, like the queuing, optimize the queuing.
So Wei Chen is waiting for someone to start the Zoom meeting. I mean, he can help, but he has no access. Yes, the Zoom. So, So I do have one comment about the federated learning for medical information. So if you can't share the information, that might be okay in the sense that you could test out something, in a federated learning, framework and see how it works first, and then actually use it for the real data. So it's not necessarily that you have to share the private data to begin with. I mean, you can always test it out on another data set which you can share and then see how that works. But just to, it's kind of to help maybe motivate it, because if just so that people don't think that you have to have the data in order to be able to do it. I don't know if that's coming across quite right, but so.
So I think those. And I want to also add my topic. So SDN based on SRv6 not so many people are interested in the networking things, but yeah, maybe if someone interested in the networking control, intelligent networking control, yeah, please contact us. Maybe I think those already covers. Yeah, maybe, maybe people, already shared the available resources and some data and applications. So maybe we can have some virtual meeting. Yeah, so maybe I think as you have already mentioned, so maybe each working topic should have some virtual meeting to forward the I will. So actually, so IoT Star, so I and Renato is co-working together to build the environment. So maybe I and Renato will handle this group to involve the many people together. But I'm not. I'm still not sure. So maybe those kind of the virtual meetings should be organized together with other topics, or just with single this data resource group.
Maybe the first one should be general.
Mm-hmm.
If you decide more specifically, meetings are needed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So maybe, I will, send an email someone so related to this topic, or just broadcast on the discussion, Pragma discussion mailing list, or calling the meeting. Okay. Thank you. So maybe I think the federated learning things should have already discussed already. But Tim, you want to add something about federated learning style? Tim?
And Wei Chen is in the Zoom now, so he may want to comment.
Okay. So maybe can he speak? I should join the you have joined the Zoom? Maybe I should join. So which one? Oh yeah, actually there are Webex windows there. Oh, so maybe which one can talk about?
Wei Chen, can you hear us?
Yes.
Great.
I can see the screen. I can hear you. Thank you.
Great. So I guess so we're trying to we've covered the resources kind of and platform group, and we're trying to figure out now. We're going to go into the different expeditions or excursions, whichever term you prefer, and try to figure out what we can do moving forward. Probably trying to figure out again we've all been charged with at least having one virtual meeting, and there has to be a person who kind of, takes the leadership of it. Not, you don't necessarily have to be permanent, but just to kind of get things rolling. So your name was put forth as well, because, a lot of the federated learning that we're doing for the HPC, optimization of the infrastructure is, work that we're doing. So I don't know if you want to say anything, and, we're trying to gather interest and maybe try and have a virtual meeting with some people and see what we can do into the future. So
the things I'm thinking is you can recall that we are going to have a final decision on the framework sometime in July, right? So after that, if we can come up with the final decision, and we should be able to sort of install the platform sometime before the end of August, supposedly. So maybe that would be a good time to share some, maybe a short meeting and call for anyone who is interested to participate. And then, of course, the platform might not be able to fit for every application, but what we wanted to do, as you can recall, that we're trying to make it as general as possible, right? So that might be a short-term goal we can look at. In the meantime, none will have a student to NCHC for 2 weeks. I think that will be July, August to 21st. So according to her plan, she's trying to look into this as well. So that might be another thing we should keep in mind. And in the meantime, in addition to the PyGrid solution and also the TensorFL, I'm currently asking the NVIDIA to shed some light about Flare. And Flare, unfortunately, the NVIDIA Taiwan team is not familiar with that, so I'm calling out for some guy in Cambridge who might be able to help us to look into it. So, but anyway, hopefully we still can hang on the target to have a final decision by I remember that will be middle of July, right? It's kind of tight. And then we should be able to have a prototype by August. Then we can call a meeting.
Okay.
I don't know if we should, on the other hand, if it got postponed, I wonder, should we try to merge with Central meeting in September?
Right, September, yeah.
Yeah, we could. I mean, I think I like your timeline, and I think maybe we should just work with that to begin with, and then we can figure out along.
But that would actually help a lot.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Right. And I think Shava also was thinking that she might be able to get some data, maybe, right? So.
Well, if Shava can, if she can be the third side, right?
Right.
Yeah, or FPL framework. I mean,
right.
2 sides good and 3 more is a little bit better.
A little bit. A little bit.
So, Wei Cheng,
Yes.
I guess, do you have an idea? I will need to talk to the team who has access to Voyager. Do you have any, is it access to the Slurm logs that we eventually will need? But any kind of information, which particular data, it might help me.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, the joint workshop in early June, right? With AIC, we came up with those items we should pull out from the log.
Oh, okay.
I wonder Jason should tell you more about that. And so, right, I mean, both his teammate and my teammate, they chat to each other face to face and they come up with a list. Okay, so I can pull out that list. And in the meantime, I think last Friday, I have asked our team to pull the database on those logs, and hopefully it can come up with something.
Okay.
And unfortunately, in these 2 days, and the following 2 days is a national holiday in Taiwan, so it's kind of lagging behind. So I'll try to catch up with that.
No, don't worry about it. That's fine. Yeah, so we're still trying to identify exactly what data that we think. I mean, we made a really good start when we were meeting in June.
Yes, I think they come up with a list, but if we can all pull same data from our own log, is another thing we need to.
Right.
Once we start to pull the data, then we'll see.
Right. So just as a simple example from the SLARP, the resource allocation data doesn't really help because you can allocate the data to the user, but the user could use, you could allocate 10 nodes to them, but they could use all 10 or they could use 0. So it doesn't tell you anything about the utilization of it. So that was one aspect of the logs that we knew, okay, well, that's not going to help us. So that's just a simple example. So, but yeah, there's a long list of things. And so I'll have to go back and I'll ask Tani Wanasana to figure out what the list is.
Okay.
But, but like you said, you still have to talk to your team and all that. So it's nothing, I mean, it should synchronize well. I mean, it's nothing to rush, I think, at least.
So just get a general consensus to get access to the Slurm data and
Well,
or
Yeah, I mean, but if we try and do federated learning, we don't.
you don't want
Right.
okay,
We
gotcha.
don't necessarily need to share it with
Okay.
us, right? But you need to have the same data types, right? I mean, the
Right.
same ones that we
Yeah.
have.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so what's happening now is AST and NCHC should have come up with those items to be pulled out from the log, right? But the ABCI data will be, I believe, will be different from the terminal 1 and 3's data. So then once we pull out the data, then we'll see how to try to, how do I say that, normalize it? I don't know. It's kind of to make them compatible in order to do the FL training, especially when we saw the presentation of NAN yesterday, right? If data from both sides not compatible, that will cause a lot of trouble. Yeah.
Right. So
once we pull out the data, then we'll see what to do next.
because scaling or something may be different, or we're not really sure. So we may have to do some type of normalization across all of it. So
And yes, and also we might need to do some augmentation.
Right.
Yeah, because the data, size of data is kind of small.
And I guess that's one thing maybe when you talk to your team is how far back do you have data, right?
sure.
So, Wei Chen, I think you said, right, you have 3 years worth of data, is that right? If I remember.
Yep.
And I think AIST has like 5 or 6 years, like we've been collecting it for quite a while, but so it's things like that. So.
Okay.
So I think we have a couple action items, and we can arrange a meeting later on once we get the platform kind of up and kind of sort of running.
Why are you laughing? Well, I'm laughing too.
I think you're laughing. The reason I'm laughing. We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that means there's a headache, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll try to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So action item, August timeframe, virtual meeting.
Yeah,
Then okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Wei Chen. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Nurul, would you like to discuss your topic?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, all right. So for biodiversity, so the idea is to this is application based. So whatever we have, we try to implement and share in different settings, countries maybe. So we will start with what I have first. So we have water quality on a prediction online platform, which is comes with sensors. So it's ready, and we would like to seek collaboration from our friends here, from Indonesia, from Thailand, from Florida, to expand the idea. So if it's possible that we go for grant application, so I'll start to call for meeting after this to get into planning how we can implement this, at least for the Asian region, while I get the Florida team connected to the Florida team and see what will happen on that side. So that's the beginning. So after this, we'll have more meetings within this working group. So stay tuned for my email through Pragma groups, Pragma Google groups. Okay, I think that's all.
So you do individual reach out first and then the group meeting?
Yeah, yes. Okay. I'll blast first and then I'll just give the dates for the meeting. Is it possible? I'll use Doodle to get everybody's timing for an online meeting with more details to show what I have and so on. Okay, so that we can get more of our friends from, especially from Florida, to join. Yeah. And then I actually have done a tiny CC. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, another one. Okay, actually I've been trying to do this when Chikawa-san presenting. So I think ours is also, whatever we are ready now is on the resource part, but it will relate to the biodiversity. So I'm trying to map whatever we have so that we have one framework. So the resource part is very clear, but and then the medical diagnostic is very clear because we have medical diagnostic, which is ERC team, data and CIC and AI. So biodiversity is, I think I need to map out the algorithm and data as well. So and federated learning goes on. Okay. So for biodiversity group, I'll contact after this. So what we have in hand is Thailand group, Nan, Florida, Renato, and we have also Glion and also Yarasi and ITS and IPB. Right. Thanks.
Excellent. All right. Okay. Jason or Nan, do you want to talk about the disaster management?
Okay. I think for the disaster management and land stage, the quickest thing that we can do together is to try to gather more of the same type of data from different regions. So far, our system currently have the rainfall, land use, slope, landslide susceptibility, landslide inventory. But I think it can include other type of meteorological data that you can gather from some maybe open data or some personal inventory that you have, and we can kind of work together on integrate those data into the platform as well. And then those who interested in using it to analyze either the landslide, flood model, or different other kinds of disaster can come and work together with us after that.
Any candidates that you've identified?
Yeah, I talked to Nuru as the first person, and also Umi said earlier before this meeting that we can try to collect the data from both Indonesia and Malaysia. So we will set up a separate call and work together on that, like which type of data or which format, but other peoples are very welcome to join. I will also send out the public call.
Okay. Shri or Umi, would you like to say something about AI for health?
Yes. Actually, I'm looking for Chandra or Fatur. Oh, Pak Fatur, you can explain about the sources of the medical data, and we will invite some others. I will accompany you. Don't worry.
Oh, AI for help. Actually, in the last previous work, we have a high quality of PubMed slides. It is important to identify whether normal cell or abnormal cells. Okay. Yeah, that was the real data from ERC hospitals and some others labs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, labs in Indonesia.
Yes, maybe the critical problem for in our sites is the infrastructure, because we do not have
we don't have
workstation.
supercomputer to
Yes,
process that image.
yes.
So I talked to Chandra and I offered maybe the Voyager resource is maybe one
we
concrete
we can
step
use
forward.
Cloud Bank or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that I can be the I will Chandra and I will talk. Yeah.
Yes, and I think Prof. Heru for medical.
I think I would suggest to have a virtual meeting for this discussion, because some of our colleagues in University Indonesia also work on AI for health. I think that will be a great if we have a workshop together. I think that. I also have I mentioned also to Bu Sri that I'm starting supervising one of my student in density. He's trying to detect early teach problem that need to be assisted by AI model. But we try to develop the model, but until right now we still look at some. We do not have the data, but we are planning to collect the data from the density hospital. So that will be a great if we have something virtual meeting in next of a couple of months.
Would you schedule the virtual? Yes.
And if it is possible, we already have collaboration with Illinois University for dentistry.
Oh, the dentistry.
Yes, and also IIUM Malaysia. Then IIUM, IIUM Malaysia for dentistry data image. We will contact them for virtual meeting. Thank you. Is it enough?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The privacy, right?
Privacy.
How about the degradation of sharing data?
I think it's safe to share the data. Yeah, because we delete the personal information. Yeah.
So yeah, our university also have some AI focused resources to the secretary, NVIDIA, HTTP, resources. So maybe we can join that to analyze.
Oh, that's very nice.
Gotcha. So you interested in both the data for the edge testbed and offering resources?
Yeah, we
Okay.
can offer resource. Yeah, I see.
You have GPUs?
Yeah,
Okay.
800
A100s?
Yeah.
Very powerful.
Yeah, powerful. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, climate change. Juanita, would you like to?
What I propose in the committee meeting is like, since we are all experiencing the climate change in terms of El Nino or La Nina anywhere, I mean, we got to experience one of them in the cycle. So I think that it would be nice if we can have this kind of data. So recently, we could deal with the La Nina first in terms of the data regarding drought in the areas from all over the world. And then we could see what we can do in terms of maybe the suggestion of how we could deal with the problems in terms of, okay, we are shortage of water, and also plants would be affected, planting would be affected, and also the in terms of animal raising. So what should we suggest? Maybe something like that. But first of all, we need the data collection first. And what I'm thinking right now is like, maybe once we have the data, we can incorporate or integrate that with the Landsat, the platform.
Need drought data from as many countries as we can get?
Yes, and but at the beginning, I'll try from many from some kind of sectors that I have connection with in Thailand first. Yeah.
So first you'll grab and get the Thailand data.
Yeah, I'll try to work on that, and if I can get the data, so I'll try to integrate that on Landsat. Yeah. Okay, so but for the funding part, I think maybe Phang Pang could suggest. Yeah.
So Fang Pang, any next actions? Not helping? No data?
I think, as I said, we have a data mart. Actually, we have a national project called Civil IoT. It is targeting open science, and the data are kind of contributed by or the government operation units, and those data actually can provide for open science research. I believe it can be used for international collaborations as well. And so we are seeking a possibility for collaborate and to broaden the impacts of these data. So I think this is the typical data set that we will be provided, which is strongly related to climate change. Yeah, we have other data as well, but let's see. We can small step possibly from here.
Did I get it right? Civil IoT data?
Yeah, Civil IoT is a very strange name, but you can find it through Google.
Well, I think that puts us on track to 4 o'clock. So that was very helpful. I think it went well. Any last comments? Okay. Then it looks like we have a break till 4:30. Umi or Shri, does that sound right? Yeah, a break. Okay, and then we start with dinner, and it looks like a performance, something. So thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, so before dinner, we have
them to announce the student presentation and posters result, student presentation and poster competition result. Perlu 30 menit lagi yang tidak istirahat nggak Bu? Ya? Break.
We have the 3 session. We have the 10 presenter for the poster session and lightning talk, and another 11 presenter for the student presentation. So first, okay, it is my honor to it's my honor to invite Silly to give a award to the best presenter award and best poster presentation award. So let's start with the best student presentation award. So the first place is given to the presentation for the smartphone sensor based cycling environment monitoring for bicycle navigation. Yeah. Yes, yeah. And the second place for the best student presentation is knowledge mapping in field of the library and information science covered in the Q1 library slide journal. Okay, the presenter. Okay, the third place for the best student presentation is the study of noise pollution and human perception and noise mapping. Next is for the poster presentation. The first page is for the Ahsoka. So please come to the stage. Okay. I think everyone. So the second page for the best poster presentation is a human-computer interaction study on decision-making performance in digital twin building program for different type and virtual display. The third page for the best poster presentation is preliminary results on predicting corporate bankruptcies and its cinematic effect using case-based listening with financial and relational data. So I think she is not here. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I think that's all for student presentation.
Hello, everyone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, those are the agendas we have present to you today. I need to say congratulations for all the champions, and but I guess all of you are champions. You have won against your fear. Okay. So now, I hope you enjoy the program. I hope you enjoy the food, and I also hope you enjoy the temperature here. And then now, before we going to the last session, there is a closing speech from Ibu Umi Aziza as Dean, Faculty of Information Technology. Please welcome Ibu Umi Aziza.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say thank you for coming to Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm very honored to meet you all and have a great discussion. And honestly, we have many insight and ideas and many benefits because we knew and meet you all. And also we got things. We got infrastructure because Pragma members. And hopefully in the future we can create more collaboration, especially for students, because in ERC we need extra program for students. And hopefully we can create some internship and others for students. And also maybe if you have opportunity for our students to continue their master or PhD in your university, we really love to encourage our students to pursue that. And thank you again, Ichikawa-san, for arranging all from the start, and also Tam. I cannot remember your real name, so I just call you Tam. Thank you, Tam, for arranging the student Pragma. And also Jose, flight 40 hours from United States to Jakarta. Thank you very much. Hopefully, it's not, hopefully you will come again. Also, it's 40 hours. And also, Safa, thank you very much. You helped us a lot, especially with cyber infrastructure for our last research. Jason, thank you very much for bringing us and always remember us in every proposal. And also, Fang Pang, thank you very much. Actually, Yarsi invited 5 times to SIP, twice when I was a student, bring by Prof. Heru, and then 3 times after me, Kusri and Fitri and Maya invited to Taiwan, and it's very interesting memories for us. Thank you, Nurul. Nurul also always helping us, especially for the last PKKM program. And Nurul also give a lecture, online lecture to our student. Thank you, Nan, Wanida, Gek. I also cannot remember the name of Gek. Tapana. Tapana, thank you very much. We met February this year, and hopefully I can come again to Thailand to find some minggu, sticky rice. And Sensei, Shinji Sensei, thank you very much. And I'm very, very inspired by your energy, because Sensei refused to pick up and wants to walk to ERC. Thank you very much. And also thank you to committee, Bu Kusri. Lilian, thank you very much. Lilian, I plan to go to Hong Kong, actually, because I never went to Hong Kong, but yes, because of COVID, it postponed. Hopefully next year or the next 2 years, the Pragma will be held in Hong Kong, hopefully, and we can meet and enjoy some food there. And I think for student of Thammasat University, thank you very much. And I think Shinji Sensei student, right, also came. And thank you very much for coming. Also, I want to thank to Bu Kusri for organizing this wonderful event, and also Bu Resti for the organizing committee. Thank you so much for your hard work. And also to all the faculty members, thank you very much. You did a great job. Thank you. And also for students, thank you very much for helping us for 2-3 days. And for tomorrow we will have Old Jakarta City Tour. There are some museums there, and I think you can see and learn the history of Jakarta. And I'd like. It's hard for me to read. Yeah, I really, it's really hard to read your name. Thank you very much for coming. And tomorrow we will have local tour, and I'm sure that some of you will have another trip. Safa, Nurul, and Lilian will go to Yogyakarta. enjoy Yogyakarta, and maybe some of you will go to many areas in Indonesia, and we will know the wonderful Indonesia after this, because we have performance to show the wonderful Indonesia. Thank you very much and see you very soon.
Thank you, Mrs. Sumi Aziza. And now for the surprise, coming up to the last session, we are going to see performance by Smaka, the art team in Universitas Yarsi, as the closer of second day of Pragma 39. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Smaka Universitas Yarsi.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya berbeda, berbeda bagaimana di Samantara, bagaimana di Samantara. Katamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman bidadara, sama layang iman bidadara, sama layang. Sayang, sayang, si patokaan, makai go gorokan. Sayang, 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 si patokaan, makai go gorokan. Sayang, sajojo, yumadam komi, sama pare, samuna keke, samuna keke. Soleram, anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium, merahlah pipinya. Kampungan jauh di mata, gunung sansai berkuliah, takkan aja kawan-kawan lamu, sangke
Pragma dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara saksama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Okay. Give applause once again. Okay, dear audience, that's all for today. Thank you for your participants today. And we have dinner. So, see you tomorrow and have a nice dinner.
Actually, dinner will be ready at 6, so you have to wait. But we prepare if you want to sing a song. We can make this room as a karaoke room. Maybe one of you or Buresti, you want to sing a song. So, because we have to wait until 6, I will try to call one artist from faculty and also from students, and you can also sing a song for us because we have to wait the food. Tes. Ready, Mas Camat? Tes. I did not practice before, so let's try. Just let's try. Yes. Sorry. I don't know my voice will fit or not. Okay, enjoy. This is one of my favorite movie. Suaranya kurang keras. I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, know when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under on a magic carpet ride. A whole new. Gedein suaranya. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we on the dreaming. A whole new world. A dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in a whole new world with you. Unbelievable sight, indescribable feeling, soaring, tumbling, freewheeling through an endless diamond sky. Oh, 100,000 things to see. I'm like a shooting star. I've come so far. Can't go back to where I used to be. Sorry, I forgot. I'll just jump anywhere. There's time to spare. Let me share this whole new world with you. Yes, please give me applause. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming. Since to pursue, I'll just turn anywhere. There's time to spread anywhere. It's whole new world with you. Okay. Thrilling chance, a wondrous place for you and me. Next, I will call Pak Aryo. Please call. I am the trigger because if I'm not singing, Pak Arya will not sing.
Okay, hello everybody. It's me, I stand here because I will song Colin Scott, You Are the Reason. Let's go. There goes my heart beating, because you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now. There goes my mind racing, and you are the reason that I'm still beating. I'm hopeless now, and climb every mountain, and swim every ocean, just to be with you, and think that I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. I'm sorry. There goes my hand shaking, and you are the reason. My heart keeps beating. I need you now. If a clock turns back the clock, make sure the light defeat in the dark. Spread every hour of every day, keeping you safe. Let's climb every mountain and swim every ocean, just to be with you and things that I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. You are the reason. Need you to hold me tonight.
Climb every mountain and
Swim every ocean, just to be with you and fix when I've broken. 'Cause I need you to see that you are the reason. Thank you very much.
Nurul, you want to sing? It's okay, sing Malaysian song. Yes, Cindai. Cindai Lamana. Safa, you want to sing? And before we have a dinner, please go to the photo booth and we will have picture together. Photo booth, we have photo booth outside and we will have photo together, and after that, hopefully the dinner is ready. Okay, please. Okay, please, Pragma steering committee, please go outside and we will have a picture. And after that, also students and committee also, please.